Alright, hello and welcome. Tonight we are going to be starting the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Figure it's been a good... This game came out a little while ago, and I figured it was a good time to go back into some good old-fashioned murder mysteries, especially since those are always favorites of mine. If you were with me during the Danganronpa and Zero Escape series, hopefully you'll be enjoying this one as well. There's a few differences, but between here. We're gonna just start a new game from the very top.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period
looks
of
like there's some
great
bots
change,
invading.
and
Sorry about that.
was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Unfortunately, those past bots have been smacking a lot of streams lately. I apologize for that. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, the defendant's antechamber. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? We're really jumping right into it, aren't we? Oh, what? Yeah, a nice thing that this franchise has compared to Danganronpa and Zero Escape is that it doesn't really need to worry about taking the time to establish plot and characters, at least not this early on. You can start the game and there's already a body, so to speak. Oh, I think Savior Glare is murderer. Sorry. Ryanosuke. My name is Ryanosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. Until the judge has given his verdict on the case. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryanosuke? Yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. Sorry. Aha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. I must say, you've been all over the newspapers the past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryanosuke. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. Oh, it's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only really a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't really mean much, yet. Just did the exact same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago, yes, that's when all of this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul university doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing under his temple. I want to bring change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's courts in London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you can get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. Your advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, we're in a scale. See you in the courtroom. Yes, thank you, Kazuma. Oh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naohiro, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin and Mikotaba. I'm a professor in forensic medicine at the Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotaba. I think I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Yes. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities in today's trial. I'm sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. Must say I do. What will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought you or something like that, right? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, so that's the question in the asked. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that will decide my destiny. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom? Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power than this. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Yeah, a trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouch.
Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Oh, and is this Winston Payne's ancestor? I bet this is Winston Payne's ancestor, as is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defense advocacy decided 2 days prior to the trial. This is an unusual circumstance. I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is the question he's referring to. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? What's the question the professor meant? But then, if I say I do... Now, it could imply that Kazuma knows more about what happened than he's letting us on, or it could be that by us doing it, then no matter what the outcome, Kazuma's part would be safe, because the rules were explicitly that his permission to study abroad would be revoked if he fails, but if he doesn't do it at all, that's not pass or failure. I need to answer quickly. I do genuinely want to see what goes on here, but I'm pretty sure I have to select this one to continue the story. No, Your Excellency, no commentary is needed. As I'm standing here by the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate defense. Yes! What's the meaning of this outburst? I would like to inform the court that Ryunosuke will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Metakabe told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad, it means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotaba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well, does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defense's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo? No, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Well, you know how it goes, Ryanusk. Hey, sometimes what matters is keeping the appearance. Sometimes what matters is the appearance, and not necessarily... Yeah, you know what I mean. In fact, my mind's complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, he must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, defended Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task in which you have undertaken. My, competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning him more than I am. Alright, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state for the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryanusuke. Okay, this is where they're gonna tell me how I can, let me guess, your mind's gone blank? Yeah, this is where I'm gonna be able to unlock the court records. You know me so well. All the information in this case can be found in the court record. Oh, but I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. Here we are. University collar pin. This is the evidence you collected. Now try switching to people. Proof that I'm a student of the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Azuma, Kazuma Sogi. You can find details of the victim here. When you're done, proceed to go back. Yujin... and, Mikotaba. University medical school professor. He's an authority in forensic medicine, Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Uchi. Yeah, the lead prosecutor in this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes in the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine of the university from the British Empire. Oh, John H. Wilson. Interesting. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Let's see your post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. Can I look closer at it? Nope, I can't. Oh yeah, I can. Victim, John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, shortly after 2 p.m. on the 19th of November, so that's 3 days before now. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Alright, so in other words, yeah, he was shot in the chest. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through his body. Alright, so when they have a detail like that, it's always going to be relevant. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to the Yume University 3 years ago. Poor guy. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Oh, that's why, because he was... the British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you are aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman's been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? They even went with a British spelling of honor. How thematic. But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution of this matter. In other words, our feeble government's scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for the crime. So that's why this trial has so many unusual peculiarities, isn't it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea, after all. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. We're slowly going to get a recap on what happened. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defendant. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, John H. Wilson, lose his life? States before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. There was a gunshot wound right in his ear. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? How? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Yes. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. So yeah, he got shot in the chest. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in what's called an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. But that's a very important detail. Because if it's just based on a cursory examination, anything that requires deeper detail, such as poison checking, could potentially be missed. I doubt it's going to be the case since they're not going to throw anything too complicated at me this early on in the game, but it's something important to keep in mind, I think. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Yeah, shot in the chest there. Dang, the professor had some impressive pecs. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photograph of victim. He was shot by the front of the chest and subsequently died. Now, we're going to have to pay close attention to this. For example, I noticed that the glass might be empty, so it is possible he may have been poisoned. Or it may be possible that the fact he's facing away from the table is important. Because this means he wasn't... That means his entire chair was turned around. Interesting, actually. I'll have to keep that in mind. It may become relevant. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Farewell, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think it may have worked out with what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. McCup? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said Kazuma must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but... Any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, there's not even any wind and yet it's somehow flowing. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hasunaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Blood? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. Well, it really, really should. Here we are. Alright, I was wondering if maybe it had a few more details about his condition, but I guess that it either isn't... Well, I'm sure it's going to be relevant, actually, because they typically don't introduce something that isn't important. Like Danganronpa and Zero Escape, Ace Attorney makes sure that you have the details that matter. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental Eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hasunaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring. Alright, here we go. Testimony. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few diners at that time of day. I guess because it's a bit late for the lunch rush, but a bit early for the dinner rush. Yeah, the lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables occupied. Yeah, that fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. That was when I saw the kitchen, putting away the crock pot and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. When I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor before the professor, I didn't shoot. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rhinosuke. You have your chance to fight back. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. Unfortunately, that is I've seen that happen in a decent amount of murder mysteries. What I'm probably guessing happened is that our protagonist here saw the gun, he was afraid that the murderer might still be in the area, so he immediately grabbed it to protect himself without thinking, and that's why it looks like he did it. It's a little silly, but like I said, he had no way of knowing if the murderer was still in the area or not, so it makes sense to want to defend yourself, but at the same time, that's what put him in this position. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in the court today, correct?
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No, there was no one else around that table but the deceased gentleman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say?
Oh, but he said there was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Rhinosuke? That's just not right.
Yeah, he's just said there were
3 tables. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite to him at his table.
Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed.
I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Rhinosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten to the university otherwise. University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yes. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me. What are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure when I saw that. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right, I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It's a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. He sits on the back of a business card. I think that's gonna be relevant. Now, what was that, right? He's been calm and collected until right this moment. We need to see if we can examine it. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card. Alright, so...
The court has now heard a practice of this case.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to check the court record before we do anything else. Waiter's business card. And it does let me examine it closer, doesn't it? Here we are. Kitchen. Entrance. Oh, it's allowing me to, Interesting, it's allowing me to look at this with a magnifying glass. It's letting me use the arrow keys or the mouse. Oh, I do like when a game optimizes itself well for this sort of thing. It's not a big deal since this is a VN, more or less, but I do appreciate when it has mouse support for something where it really works. Oh. Yeah, look behind here. There's stuff from the back. Maybe the name is not going to match up. Yeah, something about he did not want this business card admitted to evidence because it could be used against him. I just need to figure out how. And I wish it would let me flip it, but the DS games did allow me to... Yeah, the DS Phoenix Wright games did allow me to flip around evidence to examine it more closely, but I guess they decided not to have that feature in this one.
The court has now heard the details of the case.
Yes, the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details to the court, but I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. I'm gonna be sensible to plead guilty and hope for a more lenient sentence. Everyone keeps telling me this trial's unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so has the judge and prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. We'll see how decisive this evidence truly is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ochi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Well, as long as he's not the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, he'll be fine. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Oh, 2 witnesses. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations to the court.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Ayasa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I'm employed as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korakuda, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant the day in question.
They must be diners at the other table, the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma of the establishment in question, always past noon, and not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curio with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man's saying. So basically, he always goes in the afternoon for tea, and he very frequently speaks with people who are interested in his antiques, is what I'm getting from that. Yeah, he's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner with what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was the black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldiers claim he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. I don't know how to pronounce that word, I'm sorry. Witness testimony, what the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. There's the black-clad uniform. The cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly weasel. From the back! I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. So it was missing. Well, so you, Sergeant, also actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Affirmative, sir. Wicked University Cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable M.A. What times when an English gentleman may be assailed by the broad light of day. This is ridiculous. Is that really true, Rainer's? Yes, all I did was pick up a gun I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave in the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. Oh, I thought maybe he was worried the murderer might still be around, but no, he didn't even know the professor was dead yet. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in that scene somewhere, and a gun is a long-range weapon, so they didn't have to necessarily be directly there. Somewhere within these two witnesses' testimonies is a clue to who that criminal was. There is. Rainer's, you exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict.
Yes!
Yes. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hatchimonk headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Ooh. Jeez, Kazuma's so commanding. Rainer's wants Senpai to notice him, that's for sure. Very well. Well, actually, they're the same age, so that joke doesn't really work. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rainer's. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's testimony. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Rainer's. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. I was ingesting regulation beef at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Oh yeah, let's press. Yes. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some kind of new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Beef steak is a delicious cut of beef, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh, sounds
delicious. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would rightly be declared highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. Alright, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, okay. Tangent? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Oh dang, that does actually sound really good. Accept your guilty verdict. When you release from prison, try it. Yes sir, I will, sir, on the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. Alright. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of particularly fine. You don't really get penalized for pressing, so it's usually worth it. Yes! I find it's usually worth it to press everything just to see the funny dialogue you get. I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo-era coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period, it entered my possession. I took it myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. In hopes an affluent scale appraised of its indisputable value being present. Okay, so he's hoping he... so you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant, correct? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing it. Is that so? Well... You upstart that. You want to add disrespect to superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say that. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that to the midday luncheon. There remained a few precious present with whom I can engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. That precise moment, firearm discharge, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Yes! So you're saying you actually saw me at that time, correct? Affirmative, I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman trying to barrel the gun near a civilian. But that's impossible, Allow me to confirm just one point, please. And what's that, Prophet? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you'd heard the gunshot you looked over the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Double R. My sixth sense. Sorry. My sixth sense of danger, I picked up the waves of murderous energy rating for your foul mind, which means... A split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you. Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced he saw you do it. This is not good. Black uniform cadet fired the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes! So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was, I've had just enough about your sauce. I've had about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, Well, there is someone standing right next to me who fits that description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You loaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, guards of a citizen in the great empire. Paul, you disgust me. What is it, Runosuke? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, this is obviously the wrong part. The contradiction. Something the sergeant said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency with what the witness just said, don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it with the witness in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
bit violent, but I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious absconded curio. Let's see if we can get him another detail. On your hands and knees, could you explain that, please? That's right, spurring the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoi era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished. The Koban simply vanished? Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it, and then it happened. So you heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed. Myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony pressing E. Go through each witness's statement, the details about each piece, and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you deal too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence of the court record and find inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Yeah, luckily you don't have a time limit here, since unlike in Danganronpa, these courts are actually professional situations. They're not just a bunch of kids yelling at each other like in the non-stop debates. Yeah, this is what we want. Here we go.
Yes!
Got it. When the music stops, that note means you did it right. Well, what are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this serious subordination? Thrusting some photographic print to my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. Yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely it doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. I think he's bluffing. Cosmo, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, no, sir. Yes, sir, what, sir? The statement you just made was this. Black uniform varsity student cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes. Yes. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, he had the child with him. So he could... What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it back down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy within the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir, at this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable.
Until the moment I hear the firearm discharge, my eyes were
Firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What? The last testimony the court heard proven one thing beyond reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Nosa,
Did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him.
That university kid there, it was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you?
Indeed, the prized Hoy-era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with the finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. But this does mean that the Koban coin...
No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
I'm sure everyone present is aware, as I'm sure everyone is present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, prosecutor?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have led a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. An equally despicable defendant, Ryanosuke.
Well, we have the professor and the mysterious lady who the waiter, quote-unquote, claims is not there. We have another... They said there were 3 people at the table. We know that the university boys were at their table, the professor with the lady at a mysterious ghost lady another, and these 2 were at the 3rd, so this is everyone who is accounted for.
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Yeah, we need to get that addressed. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. He's a family man, I see. I was about to say he reminds me kind of like Guile from Street Fighter. I guess he really did go home and become a family man.
Ido, tension. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, boy.
Oh, that's adorable. The true culprit.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises confirms that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, and the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These guys actually back up what the waiter says, but we know, since we're playing as the protagonist here, we know that, wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a young woman at his table. I must have seen her, everyone there was seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Unfortunately, yeah, while we do know our protagonist here is not lying because we're in his shoes, so the issue is there's no evidence to back up his statement, especially since we now have 2 witnesses who insist that he was alone. So, who is this mysterious ghost woman, and how did she just vanish? It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the crime scene, counsel? Indeed, of the table which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one plate set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photograph to the record. Ball of carbonated water and a steak lunch. Oh yeah, that reminds me. One case in one of the earlier Phoenix, during the earlier Ace Attorney games was bottles of grape juice. And there was some who figured, oh, it's an obvious case of some sort of weird censorship, but no, actually, it was, even in the original Japanese version, it's bottles of grape juice specifically and not wine, nothing alcoholic. I guess Phoenix just doesn't like alcohol very much. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I saw a woman with him. It would seem we'll be able to telegram the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Achi, who have been contributed to the amity of these great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rhinoskate. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there has to be something going on here behind the scenes. Indeed there is. Yeah, even in this picture, you can see in the upper left corner, there's nothing there. Wait. Is there fluid in that bottle? Actually, there might be. It's just hard to tell because of the quality. Yeah, these seem to be all in the same position they are in this one. I was wondering if maybe the positioning was different. That does not appear to be the case. There's a bit of a gap there. Let me check if the gap is still here. A little, but it might be, but not enough to really be conclusive. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examination of the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. The true culprit. This is definitely probably something worth arguing. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, you can have a gun without firing it. We have a difference of opinion on that. The appearance of an uniformed officer was a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rammed my ears the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, really, don't you? And let us not forget the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in his most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuda? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that myself I did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time, but I told you already, that was because I picked it off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up, and at exactly that moment, bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. I'm sorry? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, at which this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the koan from the floor and found myself equally testing results. Oh, that's an antique knife. Interesting. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you, with the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Now, let's see if we can get some bit of information here. I have the feeling we're gonna have to press these guys to give a bit more data. You also noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
Objection. As you've been at pains to point out time and again, I feel like I'm growing callous in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, someone else would have had noticed her. Fortunately. Hello, Kyo. We're only on the first case, but things are certainly getting interesting. Oh gee, this is much better quality. Yeah, having the models moving and stuff really does add a nice little bit to the proceedings. That's what you mean, if that's what you're referring to, I mean. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. Yeah, I know. Of course, the place is almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there's indeed a reason. Oh, there was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Mahara Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. That explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Reinosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really, but remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? I think it would be within our best interest to do that, because why...
Yes!
Yes. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Objection. Whether or not they are of no concern is for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Alright, we're good. Alright, what we need right now is new clues. That's precisely why I wanted this thing. Alright, let's take a closer look at this. Oh, it's not... Okay, so it needs to have the little, You can see it in the lower right corner of the photograph here, but it needs to have that in order for me to examine it more closely. So I can't look at the color pin or the medical report card. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's a day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Corey to sign. I knew pressing would give me something important. Be it alone, it was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
Let's press each one then. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. I don't think he's lying, but the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the witch all agree at that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have here to support the statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. That's weird. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not possible they're all lying. But if so, then why? To be perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, it's not possible they're intentionally lying, but that seems strange.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling us the truth? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might have noticed. Both of you have failed to see the professor's dining companion? That's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry. The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Well, Excellent work, Reinosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Oh, okay, the reason it didn't have me examine it is because they want the tutorial to tell me how to do it. You might notice some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. Those are ones you may examine. Press space so you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow keys. I can also use the mouse for the record. To rotate the evidence in all directions, to examine it from all angles. You can move crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. Oh, actually, let's do this. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use... to inspect any of the evidence that looks suspicious. Name, John Wilson, Hada Clinic. It says Hada Clinic on the medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Never forget it. Never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. I can't find anything out of place. Dentist. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. For the family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor I meet. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. And then you are at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient, with a bad case of stubbornness, no less, which is the only curious bit of medicine indeed. Well, we should probably use this to open it. Alright. Can't find anything out of place. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Ooh! This means he couldn't have eaten anything because his mouth immediately afterward wouldn't have been in the great shape. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they've used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia, although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. I actually have had to have one of my molars removed. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it was coming in at a weird angle, and it was too frustrating to clean, and it was way too prone to cavities, so I just had them pull it. It was not pleasant, but not having to deal with it in the future was definitely for the best. And I believe I was a teenager around this time, so it's definitely been a while since then. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. So there's no way he could have been eating. So with this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time to listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. I think this is the right one to show it.
Yes!
We got it. Well, I think, what is your wittering lad? You call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Renuski. Everyone stumbles on the words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosma. I could see quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kirakuda-san, and this is a medical report belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what's written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, dear. Dear me, have you forgotten your words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's not true. Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. This is surely no need to prolong this trial further. Witness testimonies of the court has been heard clear and concise. Thus the medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because the Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Dental clinic? What's that supposed to mean? Difference is that supposed to... Oh, I can actually do this. Dental clinic. A dental clinic, is that supposed to mean something to me? Oh, perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted. Eh? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while the anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Kuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. I mean, look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant's case have been turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating in the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... an as of yet unknown third party. Because it can't be me, Ryunosuke, because we were only having coffee, or was it tea? We were only having a drink there. Or it couldn't have been the two witnesses because they were discussing business. And it couldn't have been the victim because he was forbidden from eating. There's no one else who could possibly have done so. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was standing at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let us go with you.
Yes!
There's no other such person. Yes. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion now. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. A perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No. Hold it. Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's why they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san? No. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas.
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouths shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator of this murder, are you? Oh, you wouldn't. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Pulling on his mustache. Rhinosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Achi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. It can only have been government, military, or police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If you can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it is that tried to make them keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever did it really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can it possibly? Remember how we made progress before. We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, okay, then now they're gonna have me examine the well, it's not the only piece of evidence we have. They're gonna have me examine the business card now. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. Chief Inspector Satoru's primary criminal investigation. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see what it says in the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do show the person's name, but he's not a waiter. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector. What on earth? I have no idea, but let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card. I think we've gotten precisely what we need. It's proven these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you, the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. So what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate this is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
What possible reason would a waiver her have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Rhinoskate. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about our real identity. Proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. The back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Just flip it around. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student's trying to say? Hasanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it. Inspector Hosanna? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Here you are. Huh. For a smart guy, he sure made a rookie mistake. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at that restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Something tells me this may come back in a later case. Alright, very well then, Inspector Asanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? You require these witnesses to be in agreement. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim was slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. What if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. The English woman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. So if we want to accuse any accuser, we need absolute evidence. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosma? UMay University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. You broke to resub, glad to see your stream. Oh, that's okay, Moni. Yeah. I don't expect too many subs, I just hope to have a good time and hope that others can join as well. I'm having a pretty good time. Murder mysteries are definitely my jam, and it feels nice getting back to them. Hopefully you're having fun. I know I'm enjoying the way this case is unfolding. The court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student. How far are we into the current case? Well, we're finally starting to get some real answers. I don't know how close we are to the end, though, because there's still a handful of potential suspects. What's happening here? I admit that I'm under orders from the police bureau. I erased all evidence of the lady's presence from the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her or the testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, this premise is false. It would be a desecration of justice to ignore the truth and give a ruling. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings in my courtroom. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezebel and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you would go against the special orders you're given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. This won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Interestingly, why is he coughing up blood like that? Something tells me this isn't going to end well. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. I think I mentioned earlier, but I have streamed the Danganronpa games and Zero Escape on this channel before, and it feels nice going back to the other murder mystery VN that's pretty popular. That being the Ace Attorney series. To be continued. Ooh. Interesting. Usually the first case is over pretty quickly. Sure, let's go ahead and save. We'll go ahead and just stick here, yeah. I shouldn't need too many save files here unless they go for multiple endings and stuff. Alright, 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Sure.
defendant's antechamber. Played the first few cases of the very first Ace Attorney in the DS, but that's all. It was fun, not my cup of tea. I can understand it. And yeah, I've always been into the sort of murder mystery stuff, so these kinds of whodunit mysteries are very much my jam. They'll even just the 3 franchises I mentioned handled them all in roughly different ways, but they've definitely each got stuff that I'm tripping over my own words here. But I like each of them for their own different reason. They're all pretty great. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. Superb. Oh, my heart was in my mouth the whole time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping and your knees knocking. Your words funny, man. Thanks, Moni. There's a grim sight. Before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm very sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor. Yeah, it's looking like she did it. But do be careful, even people who may be pretending to be on our side may be turning against us, because remember, at the start of it we were warned, our buddy Kazuma here must not try this case. So there's still a number of suspects that could be here. After all, he was with the restaurant with Ryunosuke here shortly before the murder. But he did leave early, so it's possible at the very least, it's possible he knows a bit more than he was leading on. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. Yeah, the fact that this happened means that the gun that was submitted to evidence here, that isn't the actual murder weapon. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking white as a sheet. He bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, because of that, because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Here's the guy that warned us to not allow Kazuma to be our defense lawyer. Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems that I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour of Great Britain being cancelled. That does seem to be the implication here, but it could also be thinks Kazuma is more involved than he's leading on, and thus we need to be the defense, or else Kazuma will have to do something to defend himself later. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection in this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. And you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA University, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government's looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Well, let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then. I need you to run an errand to the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back into the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's get back in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those ukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. An extra large portion, of course. 22nd of November. 12:09. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Archie, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds.
Thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution's now under painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely the good relations we've forged will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Again, terribly sorry. But if the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. We really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. That's what our nation's justice system is. Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Oh, shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. A steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
Given the time frame this game takes place in, he's not wrong. This political stuff is actually very important to what would result in Japan moving into the more modern eras. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. Standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Wow, that was actually pretty profound, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, I'm getting... Finally, let one guy bring a sword into the courtroom. To be fair, I think it's a ceremonial sword. But yeah, characters have all sorts of gimmicks and weapons with them.
Well, what a delight to welcome such a fine gentlewoman of Japan from such a distant land.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
I do like that they made entirely new animations for that sort of thing, although I guess it's easier to do unique animations with 3D models here than with older sprites like in the original games. I think they've been using models for a while, because I know Ace Attorney 5 and I think the crossover also use 3D models. Actually, I'd have to check. It's been a while, honestly. I'm Professor... I am Investigator Asana. I've been...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Renegade, but the powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Okay, I'm guilty of that, at least.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please?
I think this is supposed to represent her speaking English. Because remember, we're in Japan right now.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what?
Oh, she doesn't speak Japanese. Oh, that's how doctors speak. Alright, the lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to have the tones of a delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you just said, but it's as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryanosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called the La Carnival, a grim murder took place. I believe this is actually not the first time in the series that a character has had to work with a translator. It's an interesting thing to work around. Alright, the court's been led to believe you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is this correct? She says yes. This court could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Oh yeah, that is interesting. Why would she study in Japan but not... Well, I guess there's ways to go work around it. But you'd think you'd want to prepare. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university and had to leave immediately. Interesting. You're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes on this photographic print? Seeing as you're so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say, yes, it would appear the lady did in fact witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it does look like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. Yes. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at the Snow-White Angel. I'm sure even the dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine the words whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryanosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from the lady and the two witnesses testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. That's going to be relevant. As you can see, there was nowhere on her person she could conceal a firearm. Oh, I would think she would hide a gun almost anywhere in that. She could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Tripping over my own words. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Her hat. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryanosuke. But I didn't fire a gun I picked up. Must have been another gun there that day, somehow. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere on her person. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. Yeah, her hat seems to be... And so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Excellency. Cross-examination. I had arranged to meet for a luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
Let's ask for some more details here. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman has. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. That follows with the evidence.
Yes!
Let's press a bit more just to see if... he was unable to eat, you say, correct? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hada clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Yeah, I was tempted to make a joke like that, Moni, but at the same time, they were giving the professor special treatment as well, so it's probably they're trying to save face for the sake of for the sake of saving face to the British Empire, I guess. Was Miss Brett aware of this fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have a dental treatment. Alright, so that would mean... it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that correct, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Actually, I want to take a moment here. Alright, let's take a look at this one. Alright, so this is exactly as it was. If that's the case, why is the professor here as if he was eating it? This almost implies that his body was set up. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass. Oh, there's only one glass here. What do you think, Reinosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Let's... that last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Yeah, sometimes you need to press to get some more testimony data, and then you can kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your testimony. Gladly. Oh, even her mask changed, I noticed, to show her smile. That was brilliant, Cosma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance of comparing with time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Reinosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and the cheers over a glass. I don't technically need to press any of this, since I'm pretty sure I know what I have to do now, but let's see what it says when we press for further details. Usually there's at least something interesting to hear, or maybe some comedic stuff. I never got into an argument with the professor, though. All I did was notice him go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. I meant the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. I don't know, man. English has always felt like, I think I saw someone online, I don't remember where I read this, but it said English is languages, 3 languages in a trench coat. I guess it does make sense given it's a mix of a lot of different things. Not to mention a lot of borrowed words here and there. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only the presence of a beautiful... Oh, I guess Kazuma agrees with you, Moni. We must all supiku Englishu. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that... I like when you read as I have to go back and reread it again. Yeah. Alright, anyway, it seems after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Not all I have for the... Alright, let's press for some more details here. This is where she says he found the gun. Like I said, I did not shoot the gun. Like I said, there's no point to repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well,
Yes, that's true, but I just pick up a gun I saw on the floor next to Professor when I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was much closer to the victim than me at the time. Highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel. Dirty. Your base accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Maybe you could count the bullets, maybe, I don't know. Seems to me that your accusations is as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady's merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Yeah, well... yeah, counting the bullets is something we can do, for sure. But we did check the autopsy report, and it said that they did a cursory examination. They didn't do a dissection or anything, so they did not remove the bullet.
Yes!
Alright, let's see what she says where we press information. She said she doesn't carry a gun. Well, it's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. That's, all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing the matter. Or, there was no permission given for any further probing the matter, perhaps? Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here today in court, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game's up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Hello, Infinity. Looks like we're starting to break this case wide open. So she's maintained that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Yeah, I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimonies for the fiction as it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see a single inconsistency. Yeah, that was supposed to hint that we have to... Oh yeah, the first thing to do is press her in her statements. Yeah, so if I hadn't already been pressing her for more information, this is to be the clue that I need to do that. But I'll usually press everything because usually there's something that comes out of it, even if it's just some funny dialogue. Do that and openly present myself, I promise you. I need to expose the true faces of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright, we need to present here the evidence. I think this is it, because this shows that there was only one glass. Yep, the music stopped, that means I did it right. Yes, let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, that it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that's, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Rhinosuke, what is this? What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ah, you're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of the glass make in this case? Minutiae, you say? Could it be the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. The fact she's hiding her face is definitely suspect. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. You must remember, the student had just murdered the lady's lunch companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That is still tampering. That's absurd. Also, that is tampering with a crime scene, buddy. Oh, really? So we should take it that you're not going to accuse a vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief. What? No, this can't be put down to just mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. That's precisely where she could have hidden the gun. Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. Gun and handbag. Yeah, Yeah, she was going on and on how about there was no possible way she could hide a weapon on her person, but the truth is she was concealing a way she could have done that. So the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student's been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. So no more pretentious accusations, you've wasted enough time today. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I henceforth say we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, it's in the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. See, a little while ago, though, she stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, which would perfectly be possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire it, we can declare there must have been another firearm on the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in the handbag. No! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at its time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner.
Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Cosma? I'm pretty sure we're going to be uncovering the truth behind that cough shortly as well. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. What? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? Oh, they confiscated it. I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This is photographic print. The print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. What is that? Is that a tattoo on his hand? Well, I never. You can see right through to see what's inside. That's right. Apparently, the meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruto. Wah! Oh, dang. Got smacked back. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit this print as evidence at once. Yeah, I want to take a closer look at that. Yes, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Let me take a look at this photo here and compare it to the others. Oh yeah, the soundtrack really makes the game. The composer is an absolute genius. Now this is some sort of bull symbol. He's facing forward, which, oh, look at the plate where the steak is on. There is a bull symbol there. And we can see on his arm. Bull on the dinner and a bull here. Now, assuming that's like most restaurants, the plate will be delivered piping hot and you want to avoid it. And so you want to avoid touching it with your hand directly. But this implies that his hand was put directly on there at some point. It's not right, exactly. It's not a tattoo, it's a burn. And he was burned by the symbol here on the plate because it was a steak, and you have to cook steak well. Well, it depends on how much you put it, but I doubt it was a rare steak, going by this. Yeah, you can't see it in this one, but you can see it in the other one. But something about the position of the chairs seems weird. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there are no longer any room for doubts on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rhinosuke. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite the fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. And the fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. What? Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph but we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue the trial can continue. Something about the photograph. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
A smug little... Ryunosuke Naruto, having considered all of the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
I hereby find you, yes. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule in this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic
Yes!
protocol of the courtroom.
Yes, Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a potential problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. It shows the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is being tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I only can put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by a response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? I only need one chance to do this. So, take another look at the photographic print that was submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see a significant detail to which you have alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what the new Beverly would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did not note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
Oh, I'd say quite the opposite. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by this curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure, but if I don't keep the pushing, then it's all over anyway, so I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am?
We can just link that burn to the case. We can do that. We might be able to pray this shutting door back open again. Yeah, why does he have the burns? Because he only ordered for himself. Yeah, precisely. Why would he get burned? Because he couldn't... We already know he can't eat, and that he supposedly didn't anyways. So why would he touch a plate of hot food that he can't even eat?
Give up, Counselor. Can't possibly be able to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than a conjecture. But if we had evidence... evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. And there's only one photo where we can see it. This is the moment of truth. have to find evidence to prove what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
Got it. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn mark on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate which the steak was served on. The plate?
Ah. Oh! Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival.
Oh,
The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
ah!
Reinosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or before that. Most likely happened some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Achi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of a burn is clearly discernible. A serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. It must have been, that's right, he would have screamed if it was in pain, which means it must have already been dead at the time. Although it's not a particularly large burn, extremely well defined, as the defense pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you please be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain. Exactly. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've never heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
but you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
I think this means it must have been a post-mortem burn. Then there you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet the inspector never heard the professor scream, not that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything other than 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, prosecutor? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear him scream? I almost don't believe it. Reinosuke, do you think... Yes, he was burned after he was dead. Could it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense in this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead.
No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's certainly impossible. Apart from one particular situation. Holy crap, they were doing a weekend at Bernie's. I guess for anyone who hasn't seen it, that's basically a movie where a person is dead, but to try and make everyone think he's alive, a group of people try to dress him up and act like he's still alive. It's a comedy movie. Yeah, as you could probably imagine. Yeah, so impossible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak is brought to Dr. Wilson's table, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, prosecutor. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped it yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If this is true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly unlikely that Miss Brett knows highly likely that she knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of evidence. Oh, and remember, this is a post-mortem report, not an autopsy. They only did a cursory examination. So while they make a guess based on what happened, they didn't do a proper autopsy, which, yeah. So if he was killed by something else, dang. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. So when was he actually shot, then? Well, we know that he spoke with our protagonist, Ryunosuke, shortly for a little bit, where he just said hello and some stuff. Then Ryunosuke went back to his table to drink some coffee. He finished a little while later, and then by the time he was getting up to leave, that's when he saw the gun. Again, this is something that the fact that it's a post-mortem examination, not a proper autopsy, matters, because a proper autopsy would have had the bullet, and they'd have been... Oh, no. Actually, no, they wouldn't have been able to check if it was the same bullet that fired from the gun, because this predates that sort of forensic evidence. I have to remember that. This is actually old school. So we don't have nearly as many sophisticated forensic science techniques in this game's time. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile just now? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Wait, what? She can speak Japanese? Miss Brett, you, speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men of this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of the English gentleman. So I can see that I'll have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Well... You're the epitome of true English gentlemen. We're truly honored by this lavish consideration you graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the evidence leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rhinosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Alright, we're gonna have to press her for everything. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. You have been insulting people for the past few minutes. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony, this talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice. May that irritating little boy of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness testimony, I will be ruling the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death.
Yes!
You have no idea when it could happen? But his hand was on a searing hot plate for 3 whole seconds. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! Oh crap, his fly was open. Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Rhinosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson is a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains manage such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain
Yes!
can. Yes, well I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that correct? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why you ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. So poison is possible. Damn you. Ah, I have things to understand that, at least, for the benefit of others. Means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite of that. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. But it's not on his body, so it could have been poison. That's why that doesn't make any sense, though. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. That's right, those plates tend to cool off pretty quickly. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought from the kitchen, he must already be dead at that point. And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot wound to the chest, unless you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, that's a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Archie is right.
Ah. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigation. Alright, yeah, this is, I'm pretty sure this is important.
Yes!
She can't possibly have known that. Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Well, opening for business shortly after a crime isn't unusual. I mean, I've heard of someone dying and then Amazon just clears them up and they get work back right away. There's still an investigation of sorts, of course, and all that happens like normal. Well, but they try and get it back to working condition as soon as possible. Though the police would still obviously confiscate anything. I imagine the police would still confiscate anything relevant to the case. Exactly, which means even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try and preserve the crimes. Naive detectives. Wait, why is he... I'm trying to be as tactful as I can, you understand? Killer blow. Uncomfortable. Okay, I think I'm starting to get an idea here. She did poison him, but she had to do something else with it. Alright, yeah, the reason she knew that they only go with a cursory examination. They don't do an autopsy, so they couldn't detect poison. And the fact she even mentioned this, honestly, kind of gives the whole thing away, but this is the first case, so they need to make the villain make a lot of really dumb mistakes. The later cases will definitely have testimony that's a lot harder to crack. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Archie's finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Actually, if the waiter is coughing and... I mean, that almost implies he's been poisoned as well. Because remember, he's been coughing up blood. But the question is, how would he get poisoned? Because remember, assuming she poisoned the professor... But why would the waiter get it? Because the waiter doesn't just... Generally, waiters do not eat or drink stuff from the table, so how would he have gotten the poison in his system? Maybe I'm overthinking this. Let's see here. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yeah, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a crack in her armor. Kazuma? What is that writer's game? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga. The detective? Yes. He seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's think. Yeah. I'm not sure why he'd drink out of a patron's glass, but... or maybe he caught the poison when he cleaned out the glass? Alright, I'll press her on the statement again. I was wondering what the 3 dots with him were for. I forgot to press her on this, so let's do that real quick. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always a telltale trace on her body. I'm not sure why I'm giving her a southern accent when she's clearly British. I should probably be giving her a British accent. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasanaga? As I've said, I always aim for flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence a question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence that backs us up here. Yeah, evidence. Yeah, there's really no other word that fits at this point, Moni, I agree. But of course, this country's never picked it up anyway.
Yes!
I'm not gonna repeat what's,
Yes, there it is again. ... His reaction is the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective's been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For his testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has been saying. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, while they're listening to someone else speak, you'll often find they let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. I'm sorry, pursue? His eyes get all wide. I'll explain how to do it now. Okay. It's all to do with the witness marker. Marker? At the moment, focus on Miss Brett, who's the person actually talking the current statement. Moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person at just the right time. You might uncover some new information. The waiter poisoned him? It's possible, yeah, they could be working together. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first of all, I should move the marker across the screen and focus the detective, then pursue him, see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Ah! What's the meaning of this? What if the waiter poisoned? Why did the waiter poison himself? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. What? The detective is in the stand. That makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hasanaga, always strive to make investigation I'm involved in flawless. What did you really mean by that? I tell you what I mean. I won't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. So, in other words, he took a crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. Ah, yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. That time is coming, I guarantee it. So that's how he got poisoned. She poisoned it, but when he took it from the crime scene, he ended up poisoning himself. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as the evidence.
Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the question. The reason she poisoned... Alright, she knew she could easily get away with poison because she didn't think that they'd... First of all, they'd keep the evidence, and also that they wouldn't be able to detect poison. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Yes. This also explains why he's been getting sick. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yeah, what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. Oh darn, I should have brought some from Fuga over here, since they're from not France. You know, you could just say you don't know. So this is carbonated water, the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ranosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Alright, this is going to be a bit of a risk because it's either this one or the other one. We're going to present this now.
Yes!
Okay, we got it. What's this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of the death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in right now? Have you forgotten we have only just signed an accords of friendship with the British Empire? Have you the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
Him, if I may. I'll silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on...
Shut up. Oh my. I think that's the first time I've seen a witness give a retort. It is you who will be silent.
Of course. Your lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
Afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, we still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. This bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contains poison or not.
Of course. What, you did? I've forgotten what my guiding principle is already. I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure?
If the poison wasn't in the water, it must have been in his glass. That's the only thing I can think of. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Oh, but of course, my dear lady, the pleasure's all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. This doesn't mean he wasn't poisoned. This just means the poison was not in the water. I think that cross-examination's clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is clearly the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. These games are more fun to watch than play. I know how you feel that way. Oh, glad you're liking it, Moni. And yeah, and rest assured, I do keep my VODs for as long as Twitch allows, just in case anyone likes to see these sort of things but can't make it, since I stream at a pretty awkward hours. And yeah, I've got some games that I like to watch more than play myself, so I know exactly how you feel. Alright, I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this caused you. Oh, Miss Brett, you should upload to YouTube. That's actually what I've been... I was going to mention this at the end of the stream, but I've been starting to set up to do that soon. As soon as I finish it, I'm going to place it in my Twitch links so that anyone can access my VODs. I do have a decent amount saved, so I'll be starting from older ones and working slowly towards newer ones. I just need to decide exactly which older ones I want to include. I don't have too many from before I started. I don't have too many from that long ago, but some of them are from before I got my new mic, for example, so mic quality isn't as good, and in the general sense, I feel like my presentation has improved a lot since some of the older ones as well, so I guess I want to see, I'm trying to figure out which one of those I'm going to be putting, so I'll be working that out in the next few days, and I'll be dropping a link and also mentioning it here, or on stream for sure. So yeah, rest assured I'm definitely going to start putting my VODs on YouTube as well, just because it's a lot easier to search for older VODs for anyone who wants to revisit those sort of thing, or if they want to just put something in the background while they do something else. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is solved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Who's that? Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Chisato Mikotaba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotaba? His daughter. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Oh right, she was sent off at the start of the recess to try and find something. What is this? I am absolutely finishing this case before I call the stream, but dang, this is really getting good. I'm absolutely saving here. Yeah, I knew this game would not disappoint. Oh yeah. 22nd of November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court. Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress to my courtroom? Ha, judicial assistant? A woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted in this court of law than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. Ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something. Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh. No, of course not. Well, yeah, she only just got here now. Special characteristics of Curie and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Curie? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time is up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could in a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be vulnerable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Added the court record. Goodbye, then, and good luck. Well, it's not an Ace Attorney game without a young female assistant. And yes, I am including Gumshoe for the investigations games. He is the young assistant for that one. You've held long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Oh, I think we're going to be getting a little more. Unknown poison that she was researching. A poison made from a bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used this in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis, subsequent death, even minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as infected by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as anesthetic. However, a solution for respiratory risk caused by a result of full-body paralysis must be found first, or it'll die of suffocation. Ask the prosecution defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. He got hit with a sleep dart, went limp, and burned himself on the plate. And he was shot or something. We're on escape, we're out of options. This really is our very last chance. Yeah, I know. Your Excellency, the defense has new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long till tea time. I must politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however... I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Yes! Ms. Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison. Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Curie, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curie, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of it before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify it. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this poison. What? Order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curie has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. He claims that animals shot by the arrows laced by it suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
What? Trumpery? These aspirations are utter trumpery. I've never heard that term before. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of these so-called deadly poison, it would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That is true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact the victim didn't show any possible signs of distress is evidence that Curie was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, the afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they're in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. And that includes the lungs. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration fail. Yeah, that's how it kills. Basically, it kills by suffocation. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim's conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! And it's also completely discreet. To the observer, it almost looked like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That's the true nature of this deadly cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some...
Shut up!
Shut up. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. I'm pretty sure the US does that. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That's a really lonesome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
I guess I should be more specific because I don't... That probably sounds like a political statement, but there was actually a case where that happened. Unfortunately. Oh, of this, I for one refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see... why not? Oh, she's gonna drink it to prove the poison wasn't in the bottle. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. I'm sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games, these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
She's either going to nothing's going to happen, and or she's just committed suicide.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair.
Okay, good. She didn't commit self-delete. But this... Okay, then I'm going back to my original theory. It wasn't the liquid that was poisoned. It was something else entirely. Yeah, which means the glass is the obvious other direction to look.
Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
Ha ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue, most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think you've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. Self-delete lol. Yeah, since, as I just said, I'm hoping to put these all on YouTube eventually, and they don't look too kindly on that particular word.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle, so how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, the Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe maybe it wasn't in the bottle, it was in the glass. Come on, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought. There is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as the uniform in your ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, for which you will be penalized. This whole trial's poisoned. There has to have been, isn't there? There can't have been, otherwise she would have kneeled over. I thought maybe it was in the glass, but I guess it must have been into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refused to change its position. You're serious.
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle could contain it. We just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court records somewhere. It has to be. Very well, then. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Let's double check here. Where could the poison have been? Alright, something in here that's not in here. It could be the cork, since the cork bottle is not here. Just the bottle itself. It could, and I could still go with the glass. It can't have been the food because we know he couldn't eat that. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water are unscathed. Oh! Why does the food have a bite out of it? Because because the witness, Miss Brett, admitted to eating it
The victim could not have eaten it because he had just gotten back from a dental appointment and was under strict orders not to eat for at least 3 hours afterward. And the murder was only 1 to 2 hours after. Maybe it's her glass that has it.
Yes!
Seems the defense, or should I say the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. We'll have to think harder than that, defendant. Sorry, Your Excellency. I thought maybe I had something to do with glass, but I'm making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. Defense, sorry, the accused truly intends to assert this claim. I'm asking you to support it with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume supposedly poisoned water unscathed? It says the above-mentioned effects occur when it enters the body through a wound which is inflicted by due to its ability to render, it's believed it could have an application.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in her own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report's utter gibberish. This impudent scoundrel's trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report's too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. What section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about the Curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of their arrows with how they shoot whatever prey they were hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be trace of poison left in the prey hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, should they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel, that would be madness. I actually found the answer to the conundrum. In the research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poison effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special research, and you knew you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Wait, that's an actual bird on her head? That's not just a... Well, Renisuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really?
Objection!
All this poison dog's fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how the possibility... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastrics. By the stomach acids. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are those? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order in the court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this carrot poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What's this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all of the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire. Take down my prey.
Objection!
Instead of yes, he's saying objection now. I don't think so, Mademoiselle Brett.
Ha! How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallow the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curer? Oh, now the synopsis. Due to its ability to render, it's believed it could have applications as anesthetic, however, solution for respiratory arrest. Alright. Oh yeah, this is right, the glass.
Take that!
Oh no. I'm sorry, Counsel, but the slipshod manner you tossed that evidence court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Renosuke, there's no need to overthink this. We know toxic effects only come into play when the poison enters the body via a wound. Right, so that can only mean Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water. He must have had a wound somewhere let the poison in. Oh, his teeth! Professor had a wound inside his mouth. Of course. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must comply. And now that we know the poison is ingested, why would it have been...
Take that!
As Mrs. O'Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same poison water as Professor. However, there's a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of the cure are only effect when the poison enters through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it's completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah!
Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of his dental appointment that day. So that's it. Use the knowledge of that to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but I'll say I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Wait, what? I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. What is it? What just happened? This English woman, she just smashed the bottle. And the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, we'll soak up the water beautifully. You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Haha. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you'd like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we?
there really was poison in the bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Oh, now I get to use the glass. Isn't that right, Consul Prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. I'm referring to this photographic, I assume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little...
Objection!
No, you killed the victim in that day, the Curar, and then in order to frame Nosuke for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. We don't have the gun. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And you have nothing to support your wild claims. As long as you have nothing to support, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes. You've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before your powers of observation are the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman has a... I didn't manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Apparently a living swan, since it seems to move about. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in this vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Well, obviously there has to be a clue. Actually, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Alright, come on then, let's wipe that smug off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been bothering at me for a while that something seems amiss with my memories of that day. Whatever it could be the key to arriving at the truth behind all this. It's there somewhere, the clue that says who Dr. Wilson's true killer is.
Take that!
Inspector Asanaga, answer me this. Yes? Remember, his mouth's been bleeding for some reason, repeatedly. He's still miles away, probably thinking about that ball being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of the steak you took the victim's table from that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene showing the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw something on the wooden base of the plate the steak was served on. It was splattering of blood. What? Oh, it wouldn't show up because it's black and white. Really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. The blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezebel, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expect to believe that something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? Hold it. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. Did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then can we find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate? We must examine it now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood? No blood. Is that the correct one, though? Let's check. It's roughly the same shape, so no blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on that side of the plate. It's not becoming a suppression, little boy. She really came to court with a giant bird on her head. A live one at that. See, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese do. Wait, what? And now she's just being... I couldn't agree more. This case is a disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally reach a conclusion this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempted courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best to forget about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest. Well, in that case, I'm gonna do precisely that. She cleaned it? No. Remember, he directly says that he took it from the crime scene and didn't touch it. That plate I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination. Well, he said we can examine it as much as we please, so let's do precisely that. Wait, what? Huh? What in the world is this? I think that's a Koban coin. And the hallmarks from the Hoi era, I believe. What is that? No, I don't mean what is it, I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoi Koban. I've heard pearls before swine, but never heard of bouillon in a bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... she switched plates. This is it now. I've lost. Renosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be a problem in any way, has not shown to be problematic in any way, I presume the further examination will be necessary. Does the defense have any objection? That blood stain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue.
Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth. The only thing shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye anymore. Necessary procrastination on this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubts have been dispelled. I see, as a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are eluding. Where precisely is this new clue to be found?
Got it!
Got it. No, Counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. You're asked to identify a detail like this, do so knowing the penalty for mistakes. Oh, I see, I had to lift it up first. My answer's right in front of me, I'm sure of it. So there's only one thing to do. Turn the stick over and over until I find something to get me out of this mess. Alright, yeah, I need to lift that before I can show the Koban. Oh, it's making me do this again. So basically, she swapped. These two have been swapped somehow.
Got it!
Got it. Good gracious, what's... Koban? Koban. What on earth? Hoyera went at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, and I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment's distraction. Objection. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give my lord job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beef steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Curio Corcudista. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, those ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something while his Koban coin when it happened. At the exact moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure, indeed. Oh, Eric, come on, my prized coin. I know the sergeant was just conveniently not in that flashback. I guess to just highlight that he's not relevant anymore. And this Hoyera Koban, you mean to tell me? Objection. No, please. Why would Kudasan Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurokata back to the stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. Man, this is really complex for a first case. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this coin, this koban, we'll find the key element of the case. Now we have 4 witnesses to deal with at once. This is definitely going to be the end game here. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for a little baby Ido? But my son's belly's empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. I'm exploited by the police. We were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. When cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. Sun set on this owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuta, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Razute memory serves, have you ever seen this coin before? Oh, oh, that's it, the very one, the very exact one that is! The resplendent, stupiferous hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed misplaced on that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconsolable thing? Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is this. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate into the case. Ah, yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant and attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is that it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident's the work of the same thief. So unbeknown to us, there's a master thief in the work of the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. And I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the coin is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us who the despicable scoundrel that stole the coin is. This is the only other one. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Oyasanosa. What? How? How dare you, you monster? Monster. I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? It wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the master behind us. Wait, what? What? You would push the blame for your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby. Let's use the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Give it a call, give it a call. Now it's a Wario mustache. The Imperial Army, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. I knew we couldn't trust Wario. Good of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe. I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on my table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even. Which is, worryingly believable, actually. And your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it was an easy mark. I slipped the coin in my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak when I was halfway through devouring when that happened. Bang. When it happened, bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd owe too, so I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. However, whose steak did he hide it under is the important part. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling on your own time. Oh, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this, baby-saddled sergeant. I would certainly appear to be unrelated to the Dr. Wilson murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a limp of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, that's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Well now, all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. Now that all the questions have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, free leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Oops, bumped the mic there. Rhinosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Let's take a look at it again. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't add up. Don't stand there thinking, make your voice heard. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Oh, wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Let's just double check this again. Let's see here. Well, what parting words are you talking about? Escape. Hiding corn under a lump of meat. Sheer nonsense of an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. Pure madness. Wait. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the knife and fork here... they're used, but those are teeth marks in there. What? Going to see evidence, counsel. If we're truly contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred.
What's interesting is the plate of steak you can see on the victim's table. The steak Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Now, notice what exactly, Consul? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. Exactly, the steaks got swapped. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah, looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on the steak at all. But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I must really be leaving now. The afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, we'll be all up in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. You're irritating this little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications what those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Do you know... Marusuke, do you know where we're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with the cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. It's because... Notice how you can't see the other side of the steak in this photo. That's why we didn't see it earlier. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson. I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tell us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence does not exist. That's absurd. The trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone's very courtroom. And if the person's willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, he'll solve every remaining mystery of the case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request to the defense this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. The Inspector Asuna. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying you've been intentionally withholding it. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I had enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing the coin. Told us he slipped under the steak. You watch, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put the coin under yours, in fact, your own steak? Attention, affirmative course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask for a foreign general lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest... Sergeant switched the stakes over. Oh no, he didn't. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. Then the waiter announced... Oh, I thought she intentionally did it, but it seems he did. I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Oh, for fear now, prosecutor. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant! So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve that evidence, you've taken both. Ah. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table the precise moment he was shot. Oh.
Shut up!
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't possibly have a slice bearing on this. No, you're not wiggling out of this one this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot. I believe the defense memory serves him well. Now we have evidence to prove it, the plate you were eating from. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence in court. Present the beef steak and the plate was originally on the victim's table during the time of the incident. Yes, sir. We still haven't found the secret of his bleeding mouth. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it. Yep. Eaten with cutlery and has blood stain on it. It's clearly visible. Yes. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows the moment the victim was shot. He was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Nahudu to have shot the victim. Can't be. In fact, there's only one person who possibly could have done that from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Ms. Giselle Brett. It's you. Outdone by Japanese schoolboy? Me? No, no. Ah! Now, this is why you shouldn't wear large birds on your head, even for the purposes of fashion. A lesson we can all learn. I love the over-the-top breakdowns they always have. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Curie. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curie is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of the water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak he ordered in front of him, make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. That's right, that means if she just ignored him, there'd be a witness that she was with him that day. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on an innocent man. I happen to know the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused commotion, at which the point of the waiter appeared. Obviously, I'd assumed Naruto was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot him from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That was the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruto-san. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution's in agreement? This can't be. Takatsuchi, Hachi does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryanosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
The insult to that family name will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with the age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A thousand millennia may pass, and still, well, the Achu clan will never measure up to the Nahuatl clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryanosuke, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will bring up new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Soji. Yes. For this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything you can in the wider world you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryanosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you can carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryanosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. The court is now adjourned. There's like in November. Defendant's antechamber. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryanosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kuzuma. Ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on the University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's her. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Oh, thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report from Miss Bretz, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sato Mikotaba, Judicial Assistant of Defense. Judicial Assistant. Speaking of Mikotaba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, as I should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotaba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain.
Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson, correct? Exactly. In those days, we worked together on the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to that woman? To just... Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but, what do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now, right? She's a true culprit, after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. Wait, what? Shanghai? Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm not sure of that. Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Asanaga. There's a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. We can't try her? Then who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear a case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature, why can't... They can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something's going on here. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Reinosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Asanaga, aren't you? Let's not worry about that detail for now. To Le Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. The Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So, Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. And unfortunately, there are some cases where that does end up being the case. Kazuma. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter if you don't know the motive, as long as you can confirm the murder, I guess. Reinosuke, I always wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but maybe think you're the one destined to be a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, don't be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that intense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. I'm sorry? I mean, that's the point. Listen, Rhinosuke, do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? Believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you, and I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make the choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then. Well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Rhinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotaba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga. We didn't really play much of a part, but still... It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh dang, 4 hours. I might have to split it up a bit more going forward. Alright, I think now this is going to be a good time to call it. I went way, way, way longer than I was intending, but I'm glad we were able to get the first major case down. I'll probably have to split it up in the future, but I hope you had a good time. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.